Good evening, everyone. The time is 7:01 p.m. Announce that a quorum is present. Call to order this city council regular meeting. Everyone, please stand for the invocation and the pledge of allegiance. Dear Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for watching over us and keeping us. We ask you to bless the community, the staff, the council, all those who make decisions that govern our abilities to succeed and do well in life. Watch over our youth, watch over our seniors. Bless this meeting. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. All right. See, public comments are on a yellow card and a white card. Public comments on a white card. Comments will be taken from the audience on non-agenda related topics for a length of time not to exceed 3 minutes per person. Items on the yellow card, the comments will be taken from the audience on non-agenda items and agenda items combined for a length time of not to exceed 5 minutes total per person on all items except for public hearings. Comments on public hearing items must be made when the item comes before the council and will not exceed 2 minutes per person. No action or discussion may be taken by city council during public comments on non-agenda items. To address city council, please complete the white card or yellow card and present it to city secretary or designate prior to the meeting. We'll start off with Ms. Kay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, that's what I'm here to address, part of what I'm here to address. I would hope that you would consider raising the time range from for public comments to, I know there's a range 2 to 4 minutes typically, and we have 2 minutes. That scarcely gives time to express a thought, opinion. And so just ask that you might consider raising that not to the maximum 4, but maybe 3 minutes. And the other item that I want to address is I'm going to come before the council, and I hope to get this as an agenda item. It's an amendment to Chapter 14, Section 140216, Neighborhood Zoning. I want to have this amended so that it excludes certain types of businesses that are allowed in a neighborhood so close in proximity to residents. And because I'm affected by that, and I have a handout here, but I don't think you need to have this now. I'll give it to you when this comes before the council. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And Ms. Mary Dawson. And Ms. Kay, it is actually 3 minutes.
Oh, it is 3 minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
I thought I heard you say.
Only 2 minutes for the public comments. Public hearings, I'm sorry, but for what you have 3 minutes.
Well, that's great. Can I go back and talk to
Fine with me. Okay, thank you, Kay. My name is Mary Dawson. I've been a resident for 5.5 years. I love it here. Happy to see change in the right way. On Sunday, I found out that there will be a rezoning application from industrial to multifamily for a project that's going to include multifamily between Tower Road and Tinahero Way, backs up to our subdivision, which is Stonewater. And I found out today our HOA has absolutely no information on that. I think it's a little disingenuous to not tell the people 4,000 to 5,000 homes that something is going to affect them. I also think that the multifamily situation needs to know there are traffic issues, flooding issues, issues with the power going out intermittently for no apparent reason. Water restrictions are still on. We have low pressure in the water system and the water's discolored. There are a lot of issues that have not been addressed, and adding this to an area that's not zoned even for single family, seems like an idea that should have been brought to more people than what we found out. Also, I understand there were about 50 sites discussed. Seems like if the best site was changing an industrial to multifamily with all the issues, especially Tower Road condition, which everyone disavows any information about. I've called to many times to try and get potholes fixed, flooding issues. It's a dangerous situation. My friends won't even come see me at night in Maynard because that road is so terrible. So I just hope that we address these issues in a more neighborly fashion in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next up, Mr. Robert. And you have, you completed a yellow card, so you have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Robert Bataille. Frankly, I find it kind of disingenuous for you guys to say a prayer. I don't see any big Christians here. I see this as a city where we don't even know what the 9th commandment is. I hear lies. I see petty, mean, jealous people, cruel people. I don't see any diversity. Do we ever going to say something about a different religion? Or we only talk about the one true one? Anyway, in August, the tourism fund, the hotel funds, was $593,351. Today it's $469,270. I'm wondering what we spent $124,000 on in the last 3 months from the hotel funds. I'd appreciate that. Now, the Planning and Zoning Commission, you had a deal for substitute commissioners, and I thought the idea was that if they didn't have a quorum, then you would have these people make up the quorum. Well, last Wednesday, you put 2 people on there that had no business being up there. They had a quorum. They didn't need any other people voting. If they have a quorum, nobody votes. None of these super people. We don't have 9 people on the commission and only 7 max votes. Plus, I have a feeling that Gabriel Nila is, for all practical purposes, the husband of Miss Amesqua, in which case that's a violation of the nepotism rules, isn't it? You don't get to have a husband and wife, one's on the council, one's on the planning commission. Okay, now plazas. We have in here talking about the corner of 973 and 290. That's the gateway into our city. That should be something spectacular. Now, every commercial development over 10 acres is supposed to have a plaza. That's where you put bell towers, you put statues, you put giant fountains. That's what we need as we come into Maynard. That's the gateway into Maynard. You guys need to ensure that they do that. We gave them $20 million. They can spend $200,000 on a plaza for us, or $300. Do something spectacular. But if you don't have the strength and courage to ask for it, they're not going to do it. Surprise. So you have to be big and strong and stand up brave and true, okay? It's in the codes. It's in the codes for a reason. Okay, now, one thing I wanted you guys to get some pay as you do things. I wanted you to get that as a trade-off for work. And you put in there in these department reports that you listed some of your activities. That's good. But you didn't tell us the money. You need to put the money and total it so that at the end of your report, it says how much we paid you for that month's reports. That's what's called transparency. That's what we want to know. Okay, now also in that park committee report of Sonia Wallace, she said that they talked about grants and land purchase discussed. That tells me that that's a public governmental body, and that needs to be a public event. You don't get to have secret meetings with the park committee. Now, I think I did a police report. I don't see Mr. Captain's over here. Travis County, are we not allowed to ask our attorneys things? Are the police allowed to ask the attorneys questions? Because I'm getting tired of, I just tell you guys where the laws are, and you say, well, we don't know what the laws are. Why don't you go read them? These people are detectives and they can't read the laws. I mean, come on. Okay, now the cemetery. Here's another great idea I had that we should have thought, and all these planners should know. We need a new cemetery. We need about 20 acres in the center of the ETJ that we bury people in. The vision of this city is for probably 400 to 500,000 people. That's what I see you guys pumping down our throats. The little Manor Cemetery should be just for townspeople in Old Manor. The Martin McVeigh Cemetery to the left of it, that needs to be absorbed and become part of the city cemetery for the old town. James Manor gave that property for the townsfolk of Old Manor. He didn't give it for, 500,000 people. So we need a new cemetery. Let's put that on the agenda as well. Thank you.
All right. Consent agenda items. All the items on consent agenda are considered to be self-explanatory by council and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion on the items unless requested by a mayor or council member, and to which the items will be pulled from the consent agenda and considered separately. Number one, consideration, discussion, possible action on accepting the November 2023 department reports. Number two, consideration, discussion, possible action on accepting the October, November 2023 City Council monthly reports. Number three, consideration, discussion, and possible action on amending the Just FOIA contract to provide upgraded software services. And number four, consideration, discussion, and possible action on supplement to the agreement for street lighting service by and between Encore Delivery Company and the City of Manor to provide street lighting service in the Palomino subdivision. Is there a motion on the floor?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as read.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Westbrook. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Weir. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on. Let's see. City Council will now convene to executive session pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 551 Texas Government Code in accordance with the authority contained in Section 551.071 and 551.072 Texas Government Code and Section 1.05 Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct to consult with legal counsel regarding and deliberate to purchase real property. Section 551.071 Texas Government Code and Section 1.05 Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct to consult with legal counsel on the Charlotte Glen project. Section 551.074 Personnel Matters to interview candidates for appointment to Planning and Zoning Commission, place number 7, to fill an unexpired term starting in January 2024, and reappointments to place 2 and place 4 and place 6, and Section 551.074 Personnel Matters discussion of city manager's evaluation. City Council will now reconvene into open session pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 551 Texas Government Code and take action, if any, on items discussed during closed executive session. Moving on to our regular agenda items. Number 5, consideration, discussion, and possible action on appointing a planning and zoning commission member for place number 7 to fill an unexpired term. Do we have a motion on the floor? I'll let you get your notes. Mr. Dunlop, while they're going through their notes and from those interviews, you want to talk about what place 7 is and that unexpired term.
Sure. Evening, Mayor and Council. So at your last meeting, you accepted the resignation for Chairperson Small, and her term was going into January 1st of 2025, and so that leaves a year term remaining. And so you interviewed 2 applicants tonight, which you may appoint them to her unexpired term, which expires in January 1st of 2025.
So I take a motion, or if you have some questions or that you'd want to ask, please definitely do that now.
Mayor, Council, I would like to make a motion that we appoint Mr. James Terry to fill the unexpired term for place number 7, expiring on January 1st, 2025.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Hill. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Emily Hill. Is there any questions to the motion? Any questions or comments to the motion? Any questions or comments to the motion? Being done, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Number 6, consideration, discussion, and possible action on appointing the Planning and Zoning Commission members for place 2, 4, and 6. In your notes, there was I guess, consideration that all that those individuals wanted to be reappointed. Is there a motion for those 3 places?
Mayor, Council, I would like to make a motion that Planning and Zoning commissioners for place 2, 4, and 6 be reappointed or reinstated with their terms expiring on January 1st, 2026.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Hill. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilman Moreno. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? No questions or comments to the motion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Number 7, consideration, discussion, possible action on entering into a financing agreement of the purchase of Motorola equipment for the police department. Do you want to have anything you want to add?
I can offer some explanation or answer any questions if anybody has anything.
Anyone have any additional questions from the reading? I think the only question that was lingering out there was answered to us in regards was it already in the budget?
Unfortunately, a portion of it is. So we usually budget $80,000 a year for radio purchases as needed for new positions or replacement or whatever might happen. So there is an offset of about $85,000 this budget year to meet that original first year payment of the 165. So that would be just the difference to make that payment.
Okay. Can you explain just in general the purchase need?
Yes. So the city of Maynard dispatches through Travis County Sheriff's Office, and everybody, with the exception of one agency in Travis County, operates off of the GATORS system, which stands for the Greater Austin Travis Regional Radio System. Their governing body made a decision to do an encryption on the radio system that covers the entire county. This has had a domino effect that Austin and Travis County Sheriff's Office were a little more prepared for because they're on those governing boards. And when they made the decision to make that change, it essentially made every radio belonging to the smaller police departments in the county not essentially they won't work once this goes into effect. And so it's forced us to move forward into coming and asking to replace all of our radios. There are a few radios. So years ago, we came to council to transition to the radios that we have because Motorola does so long until they end of life the product, essentially. And so at that time, we had a different radio that was having an end of life. We came to council and we said, hey, this is what's happening. And we transitioned to the radios that we currently have, which those radios are eventually going to come to that end of life term as well. But this is happening a little bit before that. So some of the radios we purchased at the end in the last few years do have the capability of being flashed and reprogrammed with this encryption software. And we are going to do that with those few radios. However, Motorola has made us aware that the end of life is going to be coming for these radios. And so at this point, we're like, let's just go ahead and make the transition, because there are also functionality. There's functionalities on the new radios that aren't on the old radios that will make our officers safer, give us the ability to do different things that we don't have now, such as if the officer's running out into a field, the radio is GPS trackable. If we chase a car into Bastrop County, if we were to do that tonight, our radios would not work. The officers would physically have to get on their cell phones while they're chasing an individual to communicate with our dispatch center. These radios, when they lose the signal, have the ability to pick up LTE, and they could chase them to another state, anywhere really, because the radio, when it doesn't have that signal, picks up on an LTE cell signal. So there are functionalities that put our officers in a safer position as well. So our thought process with knowing that the current radios are going to be coming to the end of life, that there are functionalities that we're going to need, is to just replace the radios now and be in the system that we can just move forward in. And that's where we're at.
Thanks, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions, comments, or motion?
The lifespan on these is 5 years?
No, it'll be more than 5 years. They don't give you, like, they're not going to say this is the lifespan of the radio. But what they do is they come out and they announce the end of life for the product. That means they're not going to sell the product anymore, but they're also not going to support it after that date. So currently, if the officer, damages it somehow, in a tussle or whatever, we can take it down to the radio shop and it's repaired if it's within its lifespan. Once it reaches that end of life, it's no longer supported anymore. So any flashings, any updates, any damage that we would have to repair isn't supported, and therefore that radio would just be, sold or tossed out, and the a new radio would have to replace it. And so if we do replace, we also will do our best attempt at selling the old equipment, because a lot of people do buy it for parts and whatnot. And so we will do our best to recuperate some costs of the equipment that we won't use anymore.
Would that be by Zon?
Zon?
Zon,
Yeah. If we can sell it to another agency or another route without having to do that, we'll do that, because generally you can get some more money. But if not, Zon will get it on that. I'm at a loss for words for the company that we use. But yeah.
Yeah, he's been doing a real good job of getting resale and value back to the district for products for our city.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
All right, we'll take a motion.
May I have a question before the
Oh, yeah,
motion?
sure.
The amount that is budgeted now, is that going to be the same amount for the next 5 years?
No, we will have to budget the yearly amount, which is on the agenda summary form. So the first year is the 165. We have the $80,000 budgeted already. So we would need to increase, and that would happen with y'all's authorization to move forward with this. The increase of the 85,000, but then every year after this, we would have to budget the 173 to make the payment for the next 5 years.
And that 173 will stay the same for the
Yes,
next
ma'am.
5. Okay.
And this is the reason why we didn't have to go out for any sort of bid is we go off of the City of Austin contract. And this contract is the hardest negotiated contract. So it is the best price we could possibly get for these radios, because the City of Austin buys, thousands and thousands of these.
Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the contract with Motorola Solutions for the replacement of the police department's emergency radio system, financed over 5 years, and authorize the city manager to execute the contract.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Moreno. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Ware. Any questions to the motion? Are there any questions to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. Number 8, consideration, discussion, possible action on a change order to the construction contract for fiscal year 2022 Capital Metro Pavement Improvements Projects. Hello.
Hello, Mayor and Council. This is for the current paving contract. I'm sure you've noticed they have been working throughout the city. The issue that has arose was the fact that the time when we drove the roads previously, came out with the plans and stuff, with the extreme heat and drought over the summer, some of the road conditions have worsened. And so instead of doing the mill and overlay where you just mill like a layer off and put the asphalt on top of it, the structure of the road is not capable of doing that. So we're coming to you to request to do a full depth repair in lieu of the mill and overlay. And that's what the change order is for. So basically it's where we dig down 12 inches, we put base down there, and then they pave on top of the base. So if we try to do the mill and overlay, it won't work, and we'll be basically have to eventually do the full depth repair. We've got numbers from the contractor set with the contract, so that's what the change order is based on. But it is our recommendation that the best use of the funds of the city would be to do the full depth repair instead of the mill and overlay. And this project did come in under budget, so with this change order, we're still under the budgeted amount.
Okay. So do we lose any streets going in depth?
No, we actually added a street as well. So.
Any questions, council members? Take questions, comments, or a motion?
Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve change order number 1 for the fiscal year 2022 Capital Metro Paving Project in the amount of $339,722.10.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Wallace. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilwoman Mesmer. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? And I did want to highlight this. Can you just give a 2-sentence overview of what Capital Metro Pavement Improvement Projects is funded by?
Part of it is city budgeted street funds, and then the majority of the funding comes from allocations from Cap Metro. So basically, per the interlocal agreement, the city received a little over $1 million from Cap Metro this year, and then the city put in $700,000 of city budgeted street funds for that.
Thank you, ma'am. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Oh, we got one more.
Oh, I have two more. So.
Two more. Let's see, consideration, discussion, possible action on the construction contract for Greg Maynard Road ground storage tank and pressurization facility improvements.
Yes. So what this is going to do, it's going to add a total of 500,000 gallons of storage to the site over there. You know where the Shadow Glen, the tall towers, Maynard's got property right there. So we're going to be installing 2 water storage tanks, which basically will help over the summer to have more capacity storage. And there's going to be a hydrodynamic tank and a water booster pump station. And what that's going to do is going to help provide better even pressure in that area, and it'll also help provide for the new development, the industrial stuff off Hill Lane, to add additional storage capacity for them, and to help with fire flows and to just the overall water pressure in the area. So it's our recommendation that we award it. We've talked with city staff, and it's funded through the 2021 bond funds. So this project has it's been out there, and we're finally to the point where we can get started on it.
Okay. Questions, comments, council?
I would say council on this. This is one of the projects we submitted in March to Congressman Cassar's office. And this is the one that got selected. We had submitted, I think, 4 other projects. And this one here, based on cost and based on the impact for the city, there's some consideration when that money will be available to the city. So there would be some offset if we pay. We can probably go through the process to get reimbursed for the allocation for these improvements for the city.
Yes, and thank you to the team, you and the team that worked with the grant application to get that sent out to the congressman. So appreciate that. Other questions, comments? Take a motion.
Mayor, Council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve and award the construction contract for the Greg Maynard Road ground storage tank and pressurization facility improvements to CC Carlton Industries Ltd. in the amount of $4,479,997.50.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilman Moreno. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilwoman Wallace. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? No questions? All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. Consideration, discussion, possible action on an amendment to the statement of work for number 18 for the 2022 CIP update.
Yes. So as you know, we came in July and y'all set the water and wastewater impact fees. And now we're moving on to working on the roadway impact fees. And so there's some additional work that wasn't in our original scope that was added in. So we're just coming back requesting some additional funding to complete the roadway impact fee to present to y'all hopefully by February.
Okay, we have any questions about the statement of work or the amount? Being no questions, we'll take comments, questions, or motion.
Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve and award statement of work number 18A to George Butler Associates, Inc. for the 2022 CIP update project in the amount of $6,000.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Moreno. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Councilwoman Messmer. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Number 11, consideration, discussion, and possible action on a change order to the construction contract for Bell Farms and Presidential Glen lift station expansion project. Hey, Frank.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. So this change order is for the Bell Farms lift station. When we did the plans to upgrade Bell Farms and Presidential Glen lift station, we tried to do everything that we could on those to maximize reuse of the existing facilities and keep the cost as low as possible. Unfortunately, when the excavation work began on the area next to the slab, they encountered a lot of groundwater. There was some subsidence. There's been some erosion, and all of those things combined have compromised the foundation of the slab. And so it really isn't going to functionally work to be able to go in and get underneath it with the conduits that are under there. So the slab is going to have to be removed and replaced with new foundation and new conduits run underneath it. So we did everything we could in the original design to try and salvage as much as we could, but regrettably we weren't able to keep that with the groundwater conditions that occurred out there. So what this change order does is provide for new foundation, new slab. It also includes some bypass pumping costs because the existing facilities have already been pulled out and they need to bypass pump while they're doing this work. So that's what this change order is for.
Does it take care of the groundwater settling issue?
So that portion of the excavation has been completed and backfilled at this point. So yeah, that problem has been mitigated, if you will. So now it's just the foundation of the slab that needs to be repaired. And the slab was not in great shape to start out with. It wasn't exactly level and not in the best condition, but it was salvageable and could have been used if we had had this issue with the subsidence.
Frank, there was no way to know this ahead of time, anytime before that?
No, not that the groundwater, groundwater is a funny thing. It moves in areas that you wouldn't expect it to and in ways you wouldn't anticipate. We encountered that last 2 years ago with the bore under the highway, and it just happens sometimes. And so, you do the best that you can with it, but yeah, it's a consideration that even if you know it's present, you still don't know exactly what it's going to do and what sort of quantities you're going to have. Sometimes it can be a little bit of groundwater and it can just be pumped out and it's not a problem. Other times it's a lot.
Movements prevent that from happening again in the future?
Well, we had to do a very deep excavation next to the existing facility to put in a second wet well. And that was what caused the issue, was that excavation with the groundwater. It subsided, and there really wasn't any way to avoid that. So no more new wet wells. So the wet well's in, all that's done. Now the foundation underneath the slab needs to be repaired.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments, or a motion?
Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve change order number 2 to the construction contract for the Bell Farms and Presidential Glen lift station expansion project with JM Pipeline in the amount of $115,194.41.
A motion on the floor by Councilwoman Wallace. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Councilwoman Musgrave. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Number 12, consideration, discussion, and possible action on a third amendment to the development agreement for the Butler East Highway 290 and 13100 North FM 973 development.
Sure. So this is the third amendment, and it deals with the code modification section, which is Exhibit C of the development agreement. It modifies the development standards on 3 of the properties. So there's the one that Home Depot is proposed to be on, the grocery store parcel, and then the retail connection one, which is the inline retail. And as they've been working on their site plans and going through, there's little tweaks to our standard code that they were seeking, and so that's what this amendment aims to achieve on those parcels. I feel like I can go through them, or if you have questions on them already, I'd be happy to answer them. I believe there's a representative from Kimley Horn here on the Home Depot portion of it, and there are a couple slides related to that, and then also for the HEB one.
Would y'all like to come up and share?
Sometimes it dies. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jonathan Sosby. I'm with Kimley Horn, and I'm here on behalf of Home Depot on the R portion of the development agreement. I'll just go through. We are currently zoned, appropriately for a Home Depot use. And here's a little bit of the concept plan, nothing that's out of the ordinary for a Home Depot improvement store. We did just have a few amendments that we wanted to do, and it should be in your notes, but I do have it here on the screen as well. We did want to reduce the parking a little bit just to ensure, that we weren't overparked. A lot of parking standards were set back, in the pre-pandemic days, back when typically people would go to the store. Now, trends have changed a little bit. People, buy online and pick up, curbside, things like that. So the parking's just reduced to ensure we're not, overparked and have a bunch of wasted space. And then we did have no screening for the storage if it's located in the rear. It just kind of makes sense if it's the building's already kind of like screening it in a sense, and as well as like parking that would be adjacent to it. And then so we did ask for additional screening at the rear of the property with a fence or additional plantings. But also we did want to request to reduce the minimum number of trees that would be allowed, just to sort of reduce the clustering of the trees and ensure that the trees would survive. But that doesn't apply to that screening, so we would still be required to do the triple the amount. And then we wanted to adjust the signage just to comply with what Home Depot typically does at every store, so that they can, keep what works for them and what they've seen success in. And then we did want to allow for certain things like the temporary sale of seasonal products by right, ensuring that we can do that, especially with like holiday sales, things like that Home Depot typically does. And then the garden center, just making sure that there's a successful operation of that. And then we have the store operations time, just so Home Depot is comfortable with operating at the times that they prefer. But that's really it. I'm here to answer any questions if y'all have any.
Any questions, comments?
I have one. Reducing the parking, does that still mean that it's still going to be paved?
Yes, so we'll comply with all other parking standards, just the number of parking that would be required. So I think the code is 1 space per 225 square feet. So we would just do 1 space per 350 square feet. This is it's the number of parking spaces that Home Depot has seen that's successful across all their other stores. So it's not something that they, obviously they don't want to run into a situation where they don't have enough parking either, because that would make their customers unhappy. So this is just a number that works for them.
Other questions or comments?
I have a question still. Okay, so I was thinking with that, because you're also reducing the number of trees that would be in the area as well. And so you're reducing the parking spaces to fit the standard of most Home Depots, um, based on the population and things like that. But the trees, because if it's still going to be paved over, and then you're still not going to have any extra greenery or anything like that, and if our area doesn't use all that parking space, I don't know. I guess I'm just asking if is it going to be like a little flat top that's going to be hot in the summer, or could there be something that kind of can decorate it a little bit with trees and sparingly,
Yeah, I don't know if we
since you're
can
taking.
go back to that. There we go. So as you can see, it is kind of taken up with the store and the garden center and the parking. We will comply with all the other landscaping requirements that are required per the code. And then we do have some space for it. And like in the parking, there are, I don't know if you can kind of see in between the parking spaces, the code already requires, parking landscaping. So it won't be, a giant like asphalt, hot concrete area. So we'll still, have to comply with those as well.
Is that similar to, I'm thinking Mueller has that same thing?
Right. Yeah. It would look.
Where there's the trees in the parking space.
But not Stonehill.
No, not so.
I'm not sure. I think the development agreement already requires masonry. I could be wrong.
No,
Well,
she was talking about Stonehill location.
oh,
Yeah, the Stonehill location didn't. No, they have trees in there. They have trees in the parking lot.
Yeah, not compared to Mueller.
yeah,
Will y'all
Mueller
be
gets
using-
special treatment over there.
Will y'all be using the Mueller trees like that?
I'm not too sure what kind of trees. We will go with whatever trees are encouraged per the code. I know that Home Depot typically likes to do the same products for every store, just so when something goes bad, they know what to replace it with easily. So,
Are you
but,
familiar with our soil? Because that might be hard.
right? Yeah, I'm not a landscape architect by any means. I'm just a planner. So.
I have one last thought, and it's just with the parking. Being more of a rural store where a lot of maybe our customers will have some of the larger size trucks and vehicles that come in, would that be taken into Consideration when making
Yes.
the fewer parking spaces?
Yes. So the reason why we do that is because we also did request an amendment to for like wheel stops and ADA parking spaces that will be required, but in all other spaces we won't. That is a requirement per current code right now, and we didn't want to require that because we do know that people will bring in their trucks and trailers, pick up tools and stuff like that, so it'll make it easier for them to park. But yeah, all of that is accounted for with figuring out how much parking that we need.
Questions or a motion? Was there another guest there?
There's not, but I can speak to the other. They weren't able to make tonight. They did email. They were planning to attend, but they weren't able to show or be available. But so related to the development agreement with the grocery store parcel, they have two amendments. One is related to drive aisle alignment, and internal drive aisles are supposed to be either aligned, center line, or offset 60 feet or more. I know it's hard to see, but they're the drive aisles that come off the side of their buildings, where they have their curbside and their pharmacy, and the other one, they don't perfectly align with the parking field drive aisles. And so that was their request because to the store size and their alignment, they couldn't get it. And they have a very specific way that they want their parking field to be. And so they call it their like fishbone because they're like angles and angles. Yeah. They want the end ones to be a certain way, which sets all of them. And they're specific. And then they all. So that's their proposal for their section. I don't have any backup for the retail connections one, but theirs is similar. Again, with the 1 to 600 for the trees, and also none of that does, as Jonathan mentioned, affect the buffer yard screening. So there's the golf course, and behind Home Depot there are homes. There is a 50-foot easement that already exists that is for buffer yard screening. So as retail connections and Home Depot construct, they'll be planting trees and landscaping there to add additional buffers to the golf course and the single family homes. And none of that's affected by the reduction in their other landscaping. So retail connections, who's doing all the inline retail, so it's supposed to now be, I think, like what their website has is like Planet Fitness and Burlington and TJ Maxx and a couple things. They're modifying the articulation requirements slightly to reduce those a little bit, the horizontal and vertical offsets on their buildings. But so the compromise there was we added and clarified what their primary facades are, the ones that are subject to vertical and horizontal articulations. So it's more than just one side of their building, because there is a decent sized open area between two of their buildings that they want to amenitize as a pedestrian space. And so their facades on those sides of the buildings would have the articulation, their main sides. And so that was sort of the compromise there. If they were going to reduce slightly the articulation requirements, it would be applied to more of their facades. So each of the buildings, because there's 4 buildings, at least 2 of the sides have the articulation on it. And then, yeah, so.
Scott, I had a question on the lighting. They want our code is for 30 and they want it to do 40. How's that going to affect the housing around there?
So the lighting would all be like in their parking fields. And so their buildings are still going to be in between, and their buildings are 40 feet or maybe a little taller. So the light.
Why do they want it that much taller?
They could do fewer light poles, with the lighting be a little higher. The spread is a little larger. So one of retail connections modifications too was to increase slightly the lumens, the total lumens. Actually, it's a 50% increase, but it goes from 100,000 lumens per net acre to 250,000. So they get a little extra additional lighting for their property. But yeah, with the higher lighting, they could do fewer light poles, but they still have to be fully shielded. So they're not like casting light up, and then they can't have any light trespass. So their light actually can't bleed onto adjacent properties.
All right, thank you.
And then they also reduce their parking from a ratio of 1 to 200 to 1 to 350. They put that rear storage doesn't need to be screened, but again, that's accomplished through the buffer yard screening. anyways. And then, yep, those are all the modifications that they had.
Okay. Do we already do a motion? Need a motion on the floor?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the third amendment to the development agreement for the Butler East Highway 290 and 13100 North FM 973 development.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Messway. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilwoman Wallace. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. All right, moving right along. Item number 13, consideration, discussion, possible action on a food court establishment at 13538 North FM 973. That's still you, right?
I wasn't sure if you're gonna want Danny up here first or not, so.
Let's see. I have that you all did not want to speak unless we had questions. So,
okay.
Does anyone have questions for Danny Jordan?
I can go over the process to getting here if that works, and then if you have further questions.
You can narrate for them. Go over the process.
Okay, sure. So the Shadow Glen Development Agreement for the ETJ portions, it has a specific list of land uses that are approved in the commercial areas, and it says only uses that are listed are what we can move forward with or issue permits on or authorize. And at the time when it was created, food trucks weren't as popular. They weren't even in our code, so that's likely why they weren't included in the development agreement. But the development agreement does include a section that says, similar uses to what's listed can be approved by the commission and council. So that's why we're here. This request did go to Planning Commission last week. They approved it. They did add some conditions, modifications to it, that it was limited to 5 trailers and that the porta potties that they were planning to have would be limited to 6 months before they were switched to comfort stations, which are, I think, the nicer kind of air-conditioned ones. But those are their only limitations, I believe. But yeah, so this use, they're at the prior Compass Rose property where they had their portables on. So there's already an existing parking lot and the drainage is there and access and the utilities are there in some fashion. They may need to be expanded a little bit to connect to 5 trailers or however many is approved. But there are utilities there. So it lends itself to being this use being there as a somewhat temporary use until maybe something more permanent is established. And I did provide the requirements if it was an in-city project, because we do have requirements for food courts, which is when you have 3 or more food trucks on a single property. That's there for your consideration. Just it isn't necessarily the rules or regulations that are effective here, because this is as you authorize them. But I thought I might give you some ideas of if it was a city project, what was required, and of the list of sort of restrictions and regulations on in-city food courts, the only one that they may be considering. Oh, do you have the next slide, Evia? This thing. Cool. Is just sort of the proximity to residential uses, which doesn't necessarily specify in the code if that's property line to property line, door to door, how you want to measure it. So I did kind of draw out some of here. I can't even read it from here, but they are a distance away, sufficient distance from existing residential. But depending on how you want. Is it? I think it's 300 feet. Yeah. So they're under 300, but yeah, there's spacing distance between food courts. But I believe it's 300 to residential use. So I kind of measured it to one of the closest apartment building there at the flats, and then the closest residential, and they were over 300. But if you went like, property line to property line, or from the food trucks to the closest property line, it is just under 300. But to where to residents ours exceeds 300. Again, those aren't regulations that are formally effective here, but it's just for your consideration.
Is the access, in and out access, going to stay the same?
Yes. Yeah, they weren't planning to modify that driveway that's on Shadow Glen Trace.
Is there sufficient parking there as well? That all that parking that they have for the school is what they're going to use for parking as well?
There is. I don't know how many parking spaces are there right now, but I know it exceeds what our code requires, because in our code we require, when we can, 3 parking spaces per food truck. And so with 5 or however many you were to approve, right now with the P&Z's recommendation of 5 trucks, that's 15 parking spaces. That parking lot has more than 15 parking spaces.
Other questions? Mr. Dwyer and Burnett, anything y'all want to add? He covered it well, or you want to throw something out there?
Council members, Mayor, howdy. My name is Danny Burnett. I'm the development coordinator for Dwyer Realty Companies, and Scott did a good job explaining our presentation. We're looking forward to the opportunity to open up this food court at the corner to maximize this entitlement on the property. We thank you for your consideration, and there are 22 parking spaces on site. And I did offer to the P&Z, I conceded to hold to 5 trailers at this time, because we'll see how the success takes off in the site. And what I asked is, if we are successful and there's room or the demand for that 6th trailer, that I would bring tacos in and we would discuss the possibility of getting that 6th trailer. But we'll see. So thank you very much.
So your request is 6.
We asked for 6. Yes, so that's what we space planned for, but I will concede. I don't know how successful we'll be. We may only be able to successfully keep 3 food vendors on that site in rotation. Hopefully it's 5, or hopefully it's 6. We think it's a good spot for an interim use. And I do specify it's interim. As I explained to P&Z, we are a for-profit entity, our company, and that commercial frontage on 973 is going to continue to grow, and it'll change that dynamic. But for the interim, it'll be a great use for the community.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Danny, you're also comfortable with the 6-month timeline that they recommended to change those comfort stations?
Yes, ma'am. From the time that we're able to get all of our permits in place and up and running, excuse me, Compass Rose had their meter rack, which is their electric facilities off 973. We'll have to reestablish that, bring all the secondary services to where the food trailers will be, plumb up for the water. Once we get everything ready to go on the site, we'll run for 6 months on the porta cans, and then we're going to transition over to a comfort station, which will take. It's called a hammerhead. It's where the driveway stops right there. Our plan right there, the wastewater connection is right at the back, and we'll set a comfort station, which is an air-conditioned, plumbed water, wastewater bathroom facility. So that's the plan. Yes, ma'am. Good with that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Everybody's fine with the locations as indicated in the graph? Okay. Either questions or a motion?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Just for clarification, this is a permanent site?
The-
Or how temporary is temporary?
Howdy, ma'am. Good question. I don't know. I will say that we've had those 3 2-acre commercial sites entitled. That means subdivided, and they're incorporated into the development agreement since 2008. And there's, the growth is still marching its way north. So it could be 1 year, 2 years, it could be another 5 years, depending on what happens in the economy.
And the um the 3 to 5 rotating food trucks, are they, if it was approved today, how soon would that be up and running?
It's a good question too. My plan is to talk with Scott and spend some time with Greg Eller and kind of pick their brains on the permitting process and make sure that I have everything laid out in conformance with the City of Maynard's guidelines. But I would imagine that we'd have everything done within 30 to 45 days on our side. And from Scott, does that sound reasonable? Yeah, manageable. And then we have at least 2 vendors now that are looking to take spots. I really want a Korean fusion. I want some kimchi fries. It's awesome. You'll need to try it if you had.
I feel like it's a very high traffic space already. And just even trying to get to the gas station across the street in and out is pretty difficult. But to add that there at that space would be a challenge. I see it as a challenge for me to see that that would be a great space. Walkable, yes.
Yes, I agree. And
But
that is a big part of it. You're right. And actually one of the P&Z commissioners brought that up, had a question and concern about that. And that is, it's kind of from a planning standpoint, you always want to have the future traffic use incorporated for vehicular use. But we also want to focus on that connectivity for our existing residents that are right there so that they don't have to get in a car. They don't have to get out on 973, go out to 290. They have a place where they can walk with their kids and come across and have a nice, engaging meal inside the community. And that's what we're going to see if it can be a success. And if we determine, wow, it's a mess, our vendors are going to tell us, they're going to go, Pete and Danny and Jordan, we can't make this work here. The traffic is too intense on 973, and I'm going to blame TxDOT. And but at that point, we'll probably have to change direction. But we won't know until we go try. Thank you.
Other questions or a motion?
Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve a food court establishment at 13538 North FM 973 with considerations determined by the City Council for a maximum number of food trucks, location of food trucks, and amenities.
And are we saying 5 or 6 for the maximum?
I would say 5.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Wallace. Is there a second? Oh, hold on 1 second.
So did you also want to include the recommendation for the 6 months on the porta potties?
Friendly amendment to my motion to recommend the 6 months time limit on the porta potties to transition over to comfort stations.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Wallace. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilwoman Mespard. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? No questions, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes 6-1. Did I catch? All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes 6. Oh, okay. I thought you had your hand up first. So 4-3, motion passes. All right, moving on to number 14. Consideration, discussion, possible action on a resolution requesting the release of a portion of extraterritorial jurisdiction of the city of Austin, Texas to ETJ of the city of Maynard, Texas, authorizing the release of a portion of the ETJ of city of Maynard to ETJ of city of Austin. Yes, sir.
You should have seen me when I wrote that. I actually doubled it up, and I was like, "This has extraterritorial in it like far too many times."
Yeah.
So this one, if you recall, there's the project over there on Blue Bluff, right across from like the New Tech campus, where Blue Bluff intersects with Parsons. So the jurisdiction is split between Austin and Manor. So there's a portion of our ETJ and a portion of their ETJ, and this only relates to the ETJ because I know there's some other discussion too about the CCNs for their water and wastewater service, but this is right now just on the ETJ to align our jurisdictional boundaries to Blue Bluff. So Austin would have Blue Bluff and the west side, and then we would have the east side of the tracks. And through Austin's processes, in order for them to start their considerations of the ETJ swap, they were needing you all as the City Council of Manor to basically provide this resolution in support of it. And so that all it is just that you are aware of it, you support this action, and then Austin will take that and work it through their processes, and it'll come back to you as an ordinance, and maybe like an interlocal. So we did with Lagos, with the City of Austin. So this doesn't modify our ETJ. This is just that resolution in support.
Motion on the floor.
Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve resolution number 2023-45, requesting the release of a portion of the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the city of Austin, Texas to the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the city of Manor, Texas, and authorizing the release of a portion of the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the city of Manor, Texas, to the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the city of Austin, Texas.
Well done, sir. Is there a motion on the floor by Councilman Moreno? Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilwoman Wallace. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. And thank you all for hanging in there. This meeting is now adjourned.